Well, that was fun. Maybe not. Sorry about that. I did some stuff with OBS after I had scheduled my stream, and it apparently didn't like that very much. So, yeah. Okay. Back to the looks like we're in business now, and the stream is streaming and whatever else. Anyway, sorry for that. This is my virtual trading business or journal. Welcome to welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. I'm not licensed to provide trade or financial advice, and that's not the purpose here. The purpose is for my to capture everything I'm watching on the video, and then to make sure I get the right one closed out here. I hope I don't delete the wrong one. Okay, there we go. Now we have a live stream, and that seems to be okay, and I'm pretty happy about that. So yeah, if you're trying to get on the live stream originally scheduled, I hope that you make it around to this one. Anyway, yeah, OBS, what can I say? So this is not for financial or trade advice. It's my virtual trading journal. Everything I am watching on the screens is captured on the monitors, on the video, and my voiceovers provides insight as to what I was thinking. The idea here is that it is fully transparent and accountable. This is a live trading account, and there's a description in the, or a disclaimer in the description here. Seems like it's working now. We'll see. Let's see if we get on to the reports. Oh, I don't want the daily recap. What are the reports? Numbers. Okay. No real reports out this morning. I got to remember how to use my hotkeys here. No real reports out this morning so far yet. We've got a bond auction coming up, and there is some potential political risk with there's a press release and a this and a that and something else. So this is financial juice, or this is investing.com. It's the my preferred report tool because I like the presentation for snapping and capturing and snapping and putting places. It's completely free. You can filter it however you'd like. This is the financial juice, which is man, this is really, I got all kinds of crap going on here. Hold on, trying to figure out what's going on now. Okay. Yeah, there we are. So I think I'm live. It looks like. Do a chat test here. Sure that's working. Sorry about this. They fixed a big problem with OBS, so. Yeah, okay, that seems to be working great. All right, let's move on now. So this is Financial Juice, which is similar to investing.com. Also, I use the free version for those who, can't afford a lot of money for a news source. And it has a similar docket feature here, but the thing I like about Financial Juice and why I do have it up at the same time, not both visually, but always open, is the more of a squawk box feel going on over here. So there we have that. Now let's get on to something much more important, which is the pre-market. Okay. So another flippin' gap up. Can you believe it? It's interesting that my premonition, actually, it was no premonition at all, but last night it was quite obvious, and I talked about it in the daily wrap-up at the end of the session at the cash close last night, that we were right up here bouncing off the highs. It was going to be an incomplete auction, and I fully expected that we would continue to trade higher in the ETH, and that's exactly what we did. You can see that the overnight inventory here. Now this is the ES, same story for the MES. No questions about them. You can see that the overnight inventory is 100% long, essentially. Here's our close, open. They took one look down here and up we went, and we've been up all night. What would I expect in this open configuration? I would expect some responsive selling to take profit. I mean, you know, if you've been in profit all night, what would you do? That's how I would look at it. This is the ES NQ, the minis, and this is the ES mini micro composite, or my high time frame chart, and the market profile. Now, same story for the micro. The way these work on the high profile chart is it is a daily session only, the RTH session. These are daily bars, candlesticks. Wherever they overlap, like up here, now got it here was, you know, up until 2 days ago. Then we had this gap up and didn't come back. So now we've got an overlap, and now we have a new micro composite. That's how I do them. The micro composites generate the high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green lines. They push automatically to bookmap. The micro composite volume point of control, which are these yellow lines here, I enter those manually as I do the all-time high and those kind of things. The session prices here automatically push to bookmap also. So let's have a look at bookmap, and here we are. Now this is the complete ETH session. I am pretty consistent keeping the entire session in view. I think that's very important, so that I have a real firm understanding of the context. And here was our open, there was our drop down, and what have we done all night long? As expected. This blue line is just a really high price proprietary indicator called vertical line. And I slap that on the opening print of each session so that I can just use it as a visual cue. I glance left. If I see that, I know I've got the whole session in view. So here's the order book, the ladder, the dome, whatever you want to call it, all the price levels and the resting liquidity. Here's the micro composite column, where I enter the POCs, the micro composite volume point of control, etc. These are the POCs from this has been taken out right here, I think, and I'll look at that in a second. This should be black. What I typically do is oh no, it's probably not actually. This is the gap low. So this is the high of yesterday's RTH session. You see that? That will be the gap low when we open up here. That's how I do it. I do it from the high to the open. Okay, whatever you do is fine with me. These are the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically from bookmap to or from MyRT to bookmap. And there's a few of them around here somewhere. There you go. They come from the micro composite. This is the full session volume profile. which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. RTH volume profile will reset at 8:30 this morning, or is supposed to. And this is my notes column, which is pretty important. We'll go through that in a second. And these are the session prices, which push automatically from IRT to Bookmap. No indicator on my charts or my Bookmap. There are only a few lines, and everything I do is data, probability, price driven, or I should say price, data, and probability driven. Period. There are a POC for the full session, which is kind of a muted yellow, a POC for the RTH session. POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in the overnight, we've traded about 3,200 and a quarter at 93 a quarter. The minute one of these price levels is one contract more than this, it's going to move there. That's all there is to it. Same story for the RTH. And I'm wondering why this is different. Here, I'm going to pull this down to there, okay. The VWAPs, there is a Globex and an RTH. And there's a mid for the RTH. Also, somewhere around in here, we're going to find the IB high and the IB low. They can be somewhat confusing to people only because of the naming, which comes from the old market profile stuff. The IB high and the IB low are nothing more complicated than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. Okay? Nothing more complicated than that. Now, let's get back to the notes column, which is important. The first thing I do is determine the open type for the day. And that's also very simple. There's only 2 criteria, and there's only 4 open types. There's higher out of range, which is a gap up. Guess where we are today? Higher in range, lower in range, and lower out of range, which is a gap down. That's it. Very simple. 2 criteria, and here we go. If we opened right here, right now, how would this price compare to the previous RTH close? Well, there it is. So we are higher than the close. And how would this price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH high. So what are we? Higher out of range, gap up. So the first thing I do then is change the title of the column to the correct open type. And I do that only for my personal use. If I do a screen snap, if I'm looking at the recording, I can see the title of this column and know exactly what the situation was when we opened after the overnight. It's pretty handy. Next thing I do is clear the notes so we can enter all the new statistics, etc., for the day. And the statistics come from this study right here. Come on, open up. There we go. Here was our IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30. So this was yesterday. We're going to be higher out of range over here unless something dramatic happens. Remember, I said only 4 types. Now, the way the study works is falling off a log simple. It looks back at 1,600 trading days. Of these 1,617 trading days, we opened higher out of range, 410 of them. Of the days where we opened higher out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 77.3% of the time, or 317 occurrences. So it's 77.3. Now watch this, it's real complicated. We come over here to Bookmap and we go like this. 77.3. Boom. And it's a little bit off, I would say. I'm having trouble with that new mouse here. Okay. Pretty complicated, huh? Maybe not. That's all there is to it. And then I'll simply go down the list. The next order of business is the overnight high, and that's 75.4. Overnight high. 75.4. Oops, what happened here? 75.4. Maybe I shouldn't hit the number key. Overnight mid, 66.3. Boop, boo, right there. Now, it's important to remember these are not hard, fast lines in the sand, targets, whatever. They are probabilities. Previous high, 65.9. We know it's right there, huh? What does a probability mean? That means simply the definition, right? This is the percentage of time where we revisited, price revisited these levels when we opened. What am I doing here? Oh, look at me. I screwed up already. You see that? I got to change that. I didn't change the right thing. Not lower outer range. It's higher outer range. Sorry if that was confusing to anybody. And how did I determine that again? Remember, we opened here. How does it compare to the close? How does it compare to the previous range? It's higher outer range. Gap up. Another frickin' gap rules. Jesus, we've had a gazillion of them. Okay, IB high. That's one I want to show you. 63.7. Okay. Let's get over here to the IB high and go 63.7. IB high. And I typed those initials because the second we open, the split second we open this this RTH session, this flag and this flag will jump to the high and the low of today's RTH session. They will no longer be here. So I will want to know what this was. IB low is 60.5. Well, how convenient. And okay. I'll continue to do this, but I need to make another snap right now. That's important. Sorry. And what that snap is the TLab. And you ask, what is the TLab? And I will tell you, it is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. It was started by a fella named Tom B. And he still runs it. He says he's a professional trader and started in 2080, about 1980, about 46 years of trading. And I have no reason not to believe him. I think he's the real deal. And as a result, and I appreciated the time that I was more active there and still support him every day and them. And this is the snap that I put in there every morning. I do one about 6 with the reports, and I put this snap in every day at about 8:20 for the people there who don't have the same kind of charting and would like to know these numbers. So now you know everything there is to know about the TLab. I'll be right back. just a little follow on with the TLab there. Tom does not trade live, nor does he call trades, nor will you see any, account verification and I'm pretty sure you're never going to see a wrapped Lambo or any gold chains, you know what I mean? But I believe it's the real deal. One of the things that actually I appreciate is you're never solicited for anything, just as here. Now, I trade live and I call trade, when I'm putting on a trade, I'm talking about it. So that's a little different, but that's the TLab. And I don't make the recommendation for any other Bookmap Discord site because there are a lot of them and I haven't been to them. I've been to 2 others and they were typical internet guru stuff where the guy was trying to sell you something 2 minutes out of the box. So there we go. Now where am I here? TLab. Okay. The next thing that's probably pretty important is to be able to trade, I got to change. Sun's coming zooming through my window here. All right, got to be able to trade, don't you? And that's important. And the way you do that is in the Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel right here by clicking this padlock. Now you select a way that you will interact with the market to trade with your mouse. And I'm going to select, if you choose chart, the only place you can do that is the chart column. If you choose dome, the only place you can do it are the dome columns. And I'm going to do both. And the next thing I have to do is quickly activate the multi-brackets. This is where the risk-neutral methodology is applied. This is the smallest bracket you can use, and I'm hurrying because we're getting ready to open. And there was that delay with the stream starting. The package has to be an even number. Stop size is the package. You have 1 stop for the package, and you do that by, based on your account risk tolerance. The first risk-neutral scale is for the same amount of ticks positively as the stop is negative, and for half of the package, then you have the runner. And you can have 4 or 12, whatever you want to do. Up to you. Okay, close that. Now, the next thing I do is I have all my metrics here. I don't need the stop loss or anything from the trade control panel, so I confirm the package size. I click the button again. It stays green. I get my real estate back. I have the metrics, I have cancel all and close all. I'm ready to trade when the market opens here in about a minute and a half. And I hope we get a reset properly. Sorry to hurry there, but there was a delay with the, I didn't get the previous close and some of the stats in. I'll do that as we get the open going. I want to be sure that we get the open. Been a problem with this version resetting at 8:30. If it's a few seconds before, I don't care, but sometimes it was dragging way over. So let's see if we're all right now. And now I'm having to get back, remember how to use these hotkeys for the chapter markers. So let's hope that all works for the day. I guess it will. I hope. So the stream is running. I hope that's okay. There's some views here. That's cool. Good morning, Antonio. I've got my chapter markers back. That's really a big help. And then when OBS updated to version 32, that plugin took a dump. So we're going to open here in a few, meaning that this is going to reset. I'll slap on Blue Boy for the opening print, and we'll be off to the races with another freaking gap up. My goodness. So, wow, there we go. Within 2 seconds. That's about as close as it's been. I'm pretty happy about that. Yay me. What's all of this now? Data delay or data something. Yeah, probably. Another gap up. Will we close that gap? So far, we're heading down there. Here is the gap high, the way I do them. You can do them any way you want. There's a lot of different theories about that, but I'm kind of a KISS principle person. And the next thing I need to do now while I'm watching this gap story is, wait a minute, let me do the gap thing. I can, yeah, we have gap rules in play here. And the gap rules are real simple. If we open in a gap, and if price closes the gap relatively early in the session and is accepted in the previous range, then we have a very high likelihood or probability that we will trade across the previous range. I mean, it's just common sense, eh? If we don't close the gap relatively early in this session, and if we're not accepted relatively soon in that previous range, then it's likely we're going to gap and go. I mean, remember, this is a binary market. It can only go up or down. There's only a 50% probability. So it's not like this is rocket science. We're either going to close the gap and likely get accepted within it, or we're going to rip. We're going to gap and go, That's about where it's at. And we've been getting so many of them lately, I'm sick of thinking about them. This irrational exuberance that we're having is, whoa. This irrational exuberance that we're having here is irritating, to say the least, and I think unjustified. So here we go. Hey, and Richard's back too. Well, there we are, everybody. Hey, dudes. You guys, how's Europe? You got Europe all nailed down in England, I hope. I'm sure it's well in hand. So we've closed the gap, have we? We've closed the gap on the NQ here. Let's look at that. We closed the NQ gap right here. We have yet to do so up here on the ES. And I'm trading in this live account for this first couple of weeks here, the micro, to make sure everything's working okay. No unexpected, tomfoolery from my RT or whatever else. So, therefore, I keep it on the NQ or the micros. And by the way, the micros are not just a cheaper version of the exact same data of the ES. They do trade differently. There are different levels. They sometimes don't get to the same level. So yeah, it's, I noticed somebody somewhere, I think it was TLab, was recommending for somebody to watch the ES and trade the micros, but I thought that was real bad advice. That didn't seem to me to be a very good thing to do. So now what I'm going to do is put in the gap high right here. There we go. Now we'll see. And that's just at the open, see? Well, I'm pretty excited about that damn thing. I think that's the closest it's come to opening exactly on the correct second, as I can remember in a long time now. And now we're going to put that top secret, really expensive indicator, proprietary, whatever you do. What am I doing here? I better stop talking and start thinking. There we go. We got to put this highly expensive vertical line right over here. Come on, blue boy. There we go. So now we have a marker. I have a marker so that as the day progresses, I can glance left, make sure I have the entire context in view because that's important to me. We got down within a point or two of our gap close and we're not accepted. So what would the gap rules say about that? They would say that price hasn't been accepted down there yet, and it's possibility we'll get a gap and go. Who the hell knows? Remember, it's 50-50, but they made a push for it and didn't get there. Over here, same story. Here we are. Now, it is interesting, you see, here's this micro composite VPOC. We gapped up above it, came down to it, didn't take it out. What does that mean? Who the hell knows? Well, I'm pretty happy with things so far. The IB trades and the signals have been working out really well. I'm trading, a trade or two a day, and yeah, I'm very pleased with that. Encouraged, let's put it that way. Okay. Wow. God, I'm glad he got that chapter thing fixed. You can't explain what a pain in the ass that was. Okay, whoopsie doopsie, what is going on here? There we go. All right, I'm going to take a look around here. We have must be yes it is lighter volume, you see. I'm looking at the lags and I'm thinking, must be lighter volume this morning, and it very definitely is. We're back to a more normal volume, in my opinion, of around 200,000 contracts since 5 o'clock last night, 1,700 last night, the RTH Open. We've been 300,000, 400,000, 500,000 the last couple of days at the Open. Now, let's see what happens if all of this stuff wants to work correctly. It'll show lower volume here, I suppose, once it loads up, if it in fact does. I don't know why. I got to get a new GPU or do something. I don't know. I think it's a problem with the, yeah. So there we're at about 62% of volume for the last 4 or 5 days. You see what the average has been, 297,000. We're down here at 185 now. The ATR is also at just under 3 handles. That would be the risk neutral stop. I still don't know how to trade this damn harmonic rotation. I wish somebody'd tell me. And this is the SPX. Open interest, some statistic stuff I do in my homework time. Okay, let's go back over here. There we go. We're green across the board. Everybody's so happy. It's going up, baby. We're going to be rich. Interesting article about our Treasury Secretary this morning, Scott Bissett. His hedge fund, One Square, maybe it was called, lost 91% of its investors' money. And this is the fella that we've decided should be the Secretary of the Treasury. Let's hope that doesn't happen to the country. I guess, Jesus. Pretty crazy. Market profile. RTH micro composite. This is a Renko, by the way. Renko chart for the MES and a Renko for the MNQ. We have closed the gap. We've gotten down here. We're looking like we might accept into previous range and previous value on the NQs, but we can't seem to get the gap closed if this is correct. Yeah, and he went the other direction on the ES. So there's that. And now I'm real cautious here with my windows and my clicking because I'm as I said, this is live and I am way behind on my VPOC migrations here. Not that that matters to anybody, including me anymore. These flags were very important to me at a period in time when my workflow or my, whatever you call it, my procedure was to keep 5 minutes visible on the timeline. And obviously, I mean, these lines just continue to plot all day, and all they do, as I said in the pre-market, is just mark the price where the POC has been, the VPOC. The VPOC is just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. And this yellow line, the yellow brick road, some people refer to it as, marks that. Well, with a 5 minute bar down here, or timeline, this line scrolls off the left, just as you see it's done over here now from the overnight. And I would not know where POC had been. And my thinking is I want to see all the data that's important to me to trade right here on the hard right edge. So I would use these flags to keep track of where it had been. Now we've got Blue Boy on the job. Now we hired Blue Boy. As long as I keep this in view at the left of my screen, I know that I've got the full session in view, meaning I have all the POC action for that session also, and everybody else, VWAP and a bunch of other stuff. When it approaches a time that I anticipate interacting with the market to trade with my a vetted setup, then I can scroll in as much as I want. And that's one of the great parts about trading a vetted setup. Nothing's a surprise. It's not hurry, scurry, and blurry, and oh boy, let's get some gunslinging going. Nothing like that. It's, I anticipate, I see the trade starting to set up. The rules that I use are sequential. So there's A, B, and trigger, and it's a pleasure. I mean, those kind of things really reduce the strain on you psychologically as a trader. It did me. Let me put her in. Remember, this is my journal, so I'm talking to myself here. And hopefully what I share, you'll either say, well, that's the biggest load of BS I ever heard in my life, or die laughing, or think, well, that makes sense. That sound resonates with me, whatever. So there you go. Take your pick. What have we got going on right now? How many times you want to trade? Well, we've got a 10 handle range, 82 to 92 so far. Now, typically, I keep a 1 point wide price range. In other words, between each of these increments is 4 ticks. And I keep, as I just got through saying, Blue Boy in view. The reason for that is I personally want to have a consistent perception of scale and market and price movement. And keeping Blue Boy in view means I know I have the entire session or all of the context for the session in view. Now we're going to come down and close that gap. Ooh, baby, here's the gap close right here. Everybody's all nervous now. The girls are nervous. Okay. Now I got to remember how I used to do all this. Okay. Cool. I'm so happy to get that back. That was such a... The stream evolved a couple of ways. Tom actually suggested he's a big proponent of narrating the market. In other words, by doing so, you keep yourself involved and in touch. And journaling, I believe, is important. So the next step for me was, well, why don't I do that this way? You know, my narration here or my voiceover gives me insight as to what I was thinking every moment, especially around trades when I review it. And obviously the video is everything I'm looking at. And to point that out in continuing the transparency, you notice that I share or stream my monitors. Now we close the gap. Boom. Now we got it. Ooh, somebody said something. I can promise you that. That's not just a mistake. That's a news thing or a blurb. I'll look in a minute. But yeah, I share the entire and stream the entire monitor, so you can see any open programs. You can see the computer clock to hours, minutes, seconds, and the date, and they tie back to Bookmap and IRT. Just one more brick in the wall for consistency, accountability, and transparency. No trades taken off the stream, obviously, because the stream is live from 30 minutes before the RTH session all the way through the cash close. There you go. Now what are we doing here? Well, the NQ is falling out of bed at breakneck speed. Remember the idea of the gap rules? Well, we've been accepted in price for sure, in range, and they don't have far to go to get across that range. MES has been accepted in range so far, but not traded across it yet. Let's see who said what. Probably one of these guys said something along the lines of, well, we don't think we're going to cut anytime soon, or some horse shit, I'm sorry, some stuff. I'm so sick of these. Somebody, yeah, it's just hard for me to get all excited about figuring out which way to jump when when you look back at the history of somebody and they can't do it either. I mean, the guy lost 90% of his investors' money, some billions of dollars. Holy shit. I don't know. That doesn't sound very good to me. I don't know about you, but it doesn't sound great to me. All right. I don't see any blatant news stuff that caused that dump. Here's what I'm worried about. Here's what I'm worried about is right here. The White House press briefing, the 10-year thing. This guy has been all over the place talking already this morning. That's who I was saying is, I just Googled it because I have really I have no idea who that guy is. Bessett. I'd never paid any attention or heard about him. Googled him. He lost 90, his hedge fund, whatever it was called, Square One or One Square or something like that. Lost like year over year, ended up losing 91% or 90% of the billions of dollars that his investors had put in the fund. So what can I say? I don't know. I assume it's not fake news. I don't know. But that doesn't give me a warm and fuzzy feeling. That's for sure. Well, here we go. Now, what are we going to do? Who's on third? At least we got some action here, huh? They're widening it out now. We're about 20 handles, 30 handles, damn near 30 handles wide on the IB. That's a pretty good one. And look at this noise. This is all somebody's talking. There is a couple of Fed speakers, but unless they're talking about, well, we don't know about rate cut, the economy's on fire or whatever, that's typically not such a reaction. But, and again, it could simply be responsive selling, taking profit, to some degree. So here we go. We'll watch the market. We will continue to narrate. I'll be all tickled that the chapter marker's working. What's the ES doing? I'm having a hard time. I hope it's not confusing to anybody with the, typically I always was on the ES, so everybody was pretty much on the same page, but this route right here, I would say there was some bad tech news out. Obviously, this is the NASDAQ. We've taken out this POC, MCVPOC, and we're bumping our head on the one from this most recent micro composite. Okay. Trying to make sure this sumbitch is not doing something on its own, because I have the account associated with IRT. I want to see if I can get my levels and stuff back. Eventually, one of the things I'm going to do is let the system trade live and see. That was a suggestion from Rod. And it's worth trying. I think it's worth trying on the micros, of course. So I want to be sure I have all the, get the hell out of Dodge quick things sorted out, and then I will see how the system actually trades itself. The system that I use for backtesting. Well, what are we doing now? My workflow for these levels is, oops, that doesn't look right. My workflow for the levels here is to change the text color to black when the level has been satisfied, revisited, whatever you want to call it. The third, that's been taken out. Okay. She's a so of all of these, huh? This is erase the damn column here pretty quick. And the gap high. Well, look at there. I got to figure out which DPI to use with this new mouse. It goes up to 6400 or something like that. I can change them on the fly. Ooh. It's a gamey deal, right? But this is a mouse with a tail on it. I thought I was getting overlap and interference problems with my Logitech Master, G Master, whatever they're called, X Master. MX Master 25s. I have a couple of those. I was thinking they were getting some sort of crossover. I would get jerky stuff and wouldn't work right. So I got a mouse with a tail here over the weekend. We'll see how that works. This is a G502 Hero. I found it for $39 at Best Buy. It's not like the end of the world if I don't like it. Well, they got almost across the gap rules, almost satisfied here with the NQ. and they're not done yet. Doesn't look like it. We're into this distribution with the ES, and these are the this is the ES, not the MES or NQ. This is the micros, right? You can tell by the color up here in case I'm asleep at the switch. And this is the micro. You see the difference? I don't recommend, and I certainly wouldn't want to watch the ES and trade the micros because the prices are different. For example, the POC. And the reason that was really highlighted to me a couple of times now. Sorry, I got to do this. Sorry about that. See why I do the journal this way? I can't multitask with the crap. So my backtesting system is on the ES. That's right here. These are the backtesting rules. This is the backtesting chart, test chart, etc. And but when I actually trade off the trigger chart, which is right here, based on, and all this chart does is show or displays the actual levels and the signal markers that are on my from my backtest setup, but these go nowhere. This is just for me to visually confirm that this is happening when and where I think it ought to. Okay. And this is the micro. Now, what I do during the day when I have a signal, A, B trigger, I take the trade. I did yesterday, went to, both targets, no heat. What a pleasure. Then during my homework period afterwards, I do a back test to see what happened. And I know for a fact yesterday I had one trade, one signal, one trade. Well, when I run the back tests, which is on the ES, not the MES, there were two. So that's pretty, in my opinion, that's pretty good reason not to trade cross instruments, right? If I'm seeing a signal on the ES and taking it on the micro and the damn thing isn't correct on the micros, I have a very good possibility of losing, taking a stop there. And obviously we take stops all the time. The object is to try to minimize that. So yeah, there you go. Okay, see if all this works now. Oh, great. Okay, super. Yeah, anyway. So this is, and by the way, this is that trigger chart. And I don't execute. I may not have made that clear. I don't execute on IRT. I watch for the signals per the backtesting system, as I explained a minute ago, and I execute here with the risk neutral package multi-brackets on IRT. Bookmap, the football. Good, we're at 9 o'clock. What's that mean? That means nothing. That means the first bracket is in on the market profile chart. There is no trade to take because my vetted trades are the initial balance trades, and we already know from this, conversation here so far today that is not a thing until 9:30. There is no statistic, therefore there can be no setup. And what else? I think everything's working. Let me say one thing about that's important, I think. And that is the fact that in the environment we're in, it's unusual, at least for me. And I haven't been around the markets, forever, but I started trading in 99. So been around them a while. Not full time, but full time for say, pretty much full every day for 10 years. So it's, when I talk about risk and unidentified or unexpected critical risk, I don't know the right way to say it. It's got nothing to do with politics whatsoever. But let's approach this as traders. Every day, the second thing out of my mouth in the pre-market, and should be on the top of your hit list before the market starts, is to review the reports and the potential impact that could happen to the auction scheduled for the day. Today, we have the 10-year note auction scheduled at 12. It's a 3-star event. That means there's a high probability, high volatility is expected. I hope you know that, well, unless there's a government shutdown, the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning will be the non-farm payroll report. And that is the granddaddy of them all in terms of market impact. We know that. That's scheduled. We can plan on it. We can mitigate our risk. For years, we know that's been scheduled for as long as I can remember knowing what the non-farm payroll was. Okay. However, now we are in a real critical, or in my opinion, hopefully not a permanent environment where we have completely unscheduled, unplanned, unrecognized, huge potential risk to the auction. And here's a perfect example of that. Do you see this candle right here? This is 229 handles sell-off in the space of, this is a daily candle, okay? But it was a huge drop. This is the result of a tweet. Unplanned, unsubstantiated, uncorroborated, turned out not to be true. The impact that he was talking about, they never followed through with. You know what I mean? It was a tweet, and hey, okay, the guy tweeted something that he felt like tweeting at the time. That's great, but that was the result from the market. Well, if you didn't have a full bracket order in, and you were long, thinking you were going to continue on with the market was continuing higher, that could be a real bummer for your whole day. So, my approach is to be real cautious. Obviously, look at all these reports and things and possibilities. That's why I was saying earlier that, this is a potential. Now, by the way, investing.com doesn't put these non-financial reporting schedules in here. Financial Juice tends to. So we've got press secretary briefing, various speakers. Sometimes there'll be, here we go, Trump's private dinner event. Well, that's out of our market, but you know what I mean. This wasn't in here earlier. Now it's been added. So I try to keep up abreast of all this stuff so that I don't get blindsided. Like that day with that tweet, I was not in the market, fortunately, but that's why I definitely only will enter A+, take A+, vetted setups very religiously, and I always have a full bracket in the market. And if you're trading a live account, like I am, very definitely have your stops and targets server side, not local. I mean, that's our mission as a trader. Our goal, our job as a trader is to preserve our account and to grow it exponentially or compound it or whatever, however you want to look at it. That's our job. That's the mission, the primary mission of as traders, to increase your account size. So you want to do everything you can to mitigate any risk to that. And I want to stress, it's not political at all. It has nothing to do with how I voted or you voted or anybody else. It's a fact. We are in an environment of extreme unscheduled risk potential. So there's that. Out of the way. Now let's see what we're doing here. We closed the gap. We're trading down. What does it look like happened over here? Well, we got into this upper distribution, eh? Not necessarily accepted. Out of it, back into it. What are we going to do here? So far, we're building our profile lower. Yeah, don't know. And I don't have to know because it's only 9:07 and my trades are the initial balance trades, and so I don't have anything to do or reason to zoom in or get my spidey senses all fired up until 9:30. Okay. Clear, everybody? I realize that those kinds of things like disclaimers and stuff are boring and maybe annoying to people that are here all the time, Antonio, Richard, whatever. It seems like a lot of people come and go, sometimes been up as high as almost 50, I think, through a day. Not, which is nothing, but, So I feel like I want to be sure and have my point and my position clear. Because I don't imagine anybody reads the description any more than I go to somebody's site and read that stuff. So, there you go. There you go. Let's see now. All right, let's take a look at the, do I have a, backtesting signals. See if this works. Oop, what did I just do? I'm worried now. What did I just do? Why didn't that work? Control Alt 5. Oh, there we go. I guess I just hit the wrong number. All right. So let's look at the back testing and the trigger and go through that, because now I can start thinking about it. As I said before, these levels are just visual. These are just custom indicators that I built in IRT for these price levels. And these are signal markers, same story, custom built for this chart, and just to visually let me know where and when things are happening. So obviously you don't see them yet over here. This is yesterday, here's today. That's because it's not 9:30 yet. At 9:30 they will materialize. And by the way, these levels, once we get them at 9:30, they will push across the book map. So I have two different places I can look, if I get in there. One thing I want to point out that's really important here with the signal markers, I haven't done the coding on this chart, and I'm not planning on it, to make these sequential and unique. In other words, when we have an A and we get a B, nothing else, and then we get a trigger. We could get a whole bunch of B's. Oh, well, down here, perfect example. We didn't have any A down here. We had B's and triggers all over the place. Okay, that's simply because this rule fired for what, and it's not looking at any other rule. And I don't have any problem with that, because I know that I need an A and a B and a trigger. And I'm not going to worry about it. The signals themselves in the trading system absolutely are unique. And another thing that they do, and then I'll probably talk about, like as I always do, once we have an A and a B and a trigger and we're in a trade, then that means there's a position, right? We have a 2 lot, and then we have a 1 lot, and then we have a 0 lot, or we take a stop and there's a 0 lot, whatever. There's no more signals until the position is reset to 0. And it starts over with A, B, and C. That's important. Also, one of the things I'm looking at here is the minutia of the signals. And that is, for example, the A signal. The low needs to be below the IB high, or IB in this case, and the close needs to be above it. The previous bar needs to have an open. I'm sorry, I think I said that wrong. Needs to have an open lower than the close. The open needs to be below the IB, and the close needs to be above it. One of the things I've looked at that's happened to me a few times before, I don't get a proper A signal because the open or the close, either one, is exactly on the IB. Do I think that's valid, a valid signal still or not? Well, there's only one way to tell, and that's not during the live trading session that we're in now. That is by changing that one specific rule and then backtesting to see what the influence is or the outcome. And here we are taking a dumperoonie again here. Let's make sure we're plotting. There we are. Over here, and oh boy, it's not the IB yet. Until 9:30, the IB will continue down. We're right down on settlement again. So they closed it and got all the way back across it, and they're pretty happy about that, I guess. Not the drama of the NASDAQ, which is not surprising, but certainly the, come on, what are you doing here? Certainly the, yeah, you can change the width of the bars and the space between them. IRT is pretty handy. We have a pretty balanced profile here, huh? So we approach 9:30, which means the initial balance will become an active statistic. And I'll talk about that one in a second. But first and foremost, there are two trades based around the initial balance statistic. There is an IB. Let's look at from a low point of view. There's an IB continuation. Well, we trade down, we come up, we trade down through it, and then we keep going. Continue. Then there's an IB failure. We come down, we take the statistic, we can't get any horsepower to the bottom, and we trade back to the mean. That's the IB failure. The IB failure is just a fancy name for a mean reversion trade or setup based on the initial balance level. Now, what's that context? Context look like to you? It looks pretty balanced and rotational to me. So the suggested trade for the initial balance would be a mean reversion or the IB failure, wouldn't it? Because what have we been doing? We've been going outside in and outside in so far for the first hour now. Were we in a condition like yesterday where it was directional, then that would suggest the IBC. Who the hell knows? We won't know until I won't know until, it's kind of one of those things you don't know the context change till it does. I don't have anything to do or to look at or to anticipate or to trade until not only 9:30, but the statistic which becomes live at 9:30 has been achieved. Then I start looking for the signals and the potential trades. And I hope that is clear. And yeah. So we've got a handful of minutes here. I think this will give me a good opportunity to reload my tea and whatnot. Now that I have essentially vetted the initial balance trades, I can think about the next one. So what setups, does anybody have a suggestion for the next setup to vet? Got 10 minutes here, so this is I've shown you the back test, etc. So this was a little exercise I did on Sunday, I guess. These are 12 back tests over 500 trading days, historical. Standard risk neutral 2-lot or standard 2-lot package. And what I did was, and these are the mini, not the micro, ESZ5 right there. I did a whole bunch of what if stuff, right? Then that's the way I believe, or as far as I understand, you go about this. So here is the original 12 ticks. This is stop, T1, T2. Is there a trigger for the trail? What was the position size? I guess I should have moved this over here, but you know what? You get the point. And if there's a trail, what is the trail in ticks plus the entry? So in other words, this one right here, 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, 48 tick T2, at 12 ticks, which is T1, the stop moves to break even or to entry. Down here, the stop moves to plus 12 or T1, for example. So this would be the first basic no trailing risk neutral package. 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, 48 tick T2, 2 contract size, and there's all the statistics you want to dream about right there. This is the way that I believe you actually vet and identify the statistics and the edge, the expectancy, and the profit factor, and the risk-reward ratio for each one of these variations. And I can keep going. As I said earlier, I can make I will see what the effect of, rather than having the open or the close above and below the initial balance, have below or equal to, above or equal to. You know what I mean? It's that kind of, you can get as nat in the weeds as you want to get, I guess. And I'm not sure how far to go with that, but that has been something that I've noticed because it's, I've 2 days last week, I had no signal. And both of those days was a situation where instead of getting the A signal, it did not fire because the close was exactly on the initial balance level. I make no prediction about what the outcome would be because that's stupid. I need to run a back test and be accurate about it. And now here we are, bang, 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 banging on, knocking on heaven's door, huh? 5 minutes left. Ooh, did we take it? Yeah, we did. Means nothing. Means that the IB low is now down here right on top of settlement. So there you go. No statistic, no signal, nobody left on third. And if anybody has IRT, by the way, I'm perfectly happy to share the chart definition for this, trigger chart or any of that stuff. And if you're looking at, like Antonio, if you're looking at TradingView and are think that might be interesting to look at those, that IB stuff with the pullback zone and continuation zone, real easy to do in TradingView or any other charting. Not something like Top Step X, because you can't create, there's no IB and a bunch of stuff. It's real difficult, I think. And I don't want to have anything to do with them. Screw me once, shame on me. Screw me once, shame on you. Screw me twice, shame on me, right? I don't want to get into the shame on me part. 3 minutes. Ooh, I'm excited. I'm so excited. I just can't hide it. Do I expect that we're probably going to take the initial balance statistic at the low? Yeah, it kind of looks like it, doesn't it? But it's not a foregone conclusion. For sure. And let's look at what that statistic is going to be now. The initial balance statistic is as follows. There is a greater than 0.6% probability that the initial balance high or low will be exceeded by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. That's all the statistic is, but it's, pretty damn high, right? So it's 2.4% probability that we won't take either one of them. Well, that's pretty crazy. Now, let's see what happens. That's the statistic. It's not a thing yet. Don't get all, excited. Don't get your spidey senses all fired up. Because it isn't a thing yet. And won't be for another minute and a half. At which point, as we all know, we will have a hot statistic, and that's going to be in a couple of minutes here. A minute, or less than a minute, 30 seconds. Sorry, I was looking at something else, in case you didn't figure that out. Now I can safely say there's the statistic, okay? The IB statistic is now in action. There's the IB high, there's the IB low. They will no longer move. My advice to you, me, anybody that's listening is do not trade in anticipation of the statistic. Oh boy, we're below the VWAP, we're below the mid, we're below the POC, we're going to take the IB low. You get short, and what happens? Often a stop. After price takes the IB low or the IB high, the statistic has been satisfied, and then you can do whatever it is you're going to do. I don't have enough range requirement here. I got to be real careful of that. Yeah, let's see what happens with the stat. Look at there. Nothing. Nothing yet. And it's going back the other way, huh? There's that stop I was talking about. So what's happened over here in Triggerville? Well, there we go. Here they come. How to shoot number 4 right there. Now you see these continuation and pullback zones. Okay. They are now displayed here on Bookmap. So there you go. And I'm real curious to see what happens. I'm going to try to wind this out a little bit so I can keep an eye on it. These damn monitors. I've tipped the outside edge of these monitors in so it's kind of in the shape of a V. And it's kind of a poor man's version of a curved monitor, I guess. But I was noticing I was having a lot of eye strain and a hell of a problem. And also, I'm anchored kind of to the center with the mic. So I got to be shoving the mic boom around if I'm going to be moving from one screen to the other. Focusing on one without having it bigger. That's the point there. So get those bars a little bigger, a little easier to see, and you can also up them. There you go. Now I can have a bit of a little plainer for me to see. No A yet. See here? There's a perfect example of what I was talking about. You see that close? If that close were one tick below this IB, that would be an A. I really need to do that this weekend. I was surprised at the number of times that happens. There's a perfect example of it. See how that works? Isn't it cute? Thank you for illustrating in real time. Remember, this is real time live trading, funded, AMP funded futures account, funded with my money, not some other thing. And I would prefer the other thing, but you know what I mean? And I'm still not quite, I'm still smarting from the screwing I got from Top Step, so I'm really hard pressed to believe they did that, to be honest with you. I didn't expect that of them. I guess the company has grown to a size where integrity and things have slipped out the window, kind of. So let's see where we are. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Look at that. No signal. Right there. You see exactly the story. And obviously, the only way to tell if that is a change to make or not, to increase my expectancy and, i.e., my bottom line, is to backtest it. Now we're going to get another problem right here. This will close below the IB, and it opened above the IB. But what happened? The previous bar to the signal bar didn't give me the proper configuration, so there's not going to be an A here either. If this close would have been just below this open, it would be an A. The theory is I want price to be trading down into the IB. It's irritating. This happened 2 days in a row. The entire 2 days without any, something happened to IRT here according to this. According to Bookmap. I don't know how that worked, but I'm pretty sure I don't like that. So we've taken out the initial balance. We have traded through it. We don't have an A signal or a trade signal yet. And I'm pissed. I'm going to throw my toys out of the cot. No, I'm not. I'm going to just, I am going to be a big boy and wait for the signal.
Low is taken.
And, you know, would I like to be on this trade? Yeah. What do we got now? Well, we have a B. This would be a B for continuation, but we don't have an A because of that right there. So I don't have a trade. And look at this sucker fell off. Which is a good point to bring up your monkey mind. So much conversation is around trader psychology and all this nonsense, or not nonsense, but all these things. And my view on the whole story, or my slant, or my whatever you want to opinion about it, is as follows. Humans have been evolving, developing, depending on, you know, however you figure we got here, want to believe creation, of evolution, whatever. My philosophy is that, you know, we were shit on a rock and the sun hatched us. So, you know, there you go. Whatever you believe, I think everybody agrees that the species has been developing a long time. There's a fossil record to show that. Okay. So we've been developing and have wired into our DNA things that kept the species alive way back when, but are kind of contrary to trading. We are risk averse. Trading is risk seeking. FOMO, fear of missing out. That's a bad thing. Wanting to be right, confirmation. That's not a good thing in trading. So I refer to it or think about it as monkey mind, right? And something that's real important is you're never going to get rid of those feelings or those emotions. My approach is to be continually aware in the moment and aware and be a big boy and an adult and not act on them. Is it FOMO that I would like to get in this trade? Hell yeah, of course it is. Am I bummed that I didn't get an A signal right here? Because, you know, I've already talked about it in advance that this has happened before and that I'm going to back test and figure it out whether to make that change or not. But that right there, if this was one tick lower, this would be an A. Now it would be a B, but still no trigger. If we trade up here and get in the trigger zone, we would have an A and a B and a trigger for the continuation, likely to happen. But I won't have a trade because I don't have an A. FOMO, revenge, fear of missing out, whatever, sure, all of that stuff. But over the long run, now we're going to get that signal here. There's another one for you. This trigger I have set to confirm on the next bar. And that's probably not, that's one that I'm going to look at changing also. In other words, there's no signal firing here. There won't be until this bar closes. And then you'll watch, we're going to get a, right there. You see the trigger? The second this bar closed, we got the short trigger. So if this were an A, there's the B, there's the short trigger, there would be the entry. Now let's see what happens, just for fun. Pretty damn near stopped out. And one other thing that's important to understand, I believe, about the monkey mind especially, humans are amazingly good at making up patterns of shit, making up patterns where they don't do or don't exist. And another thing that we are phenomenally good at as a species is only remembering the good stuff. You will imprint and remember how wonderful it was when you moved your stop away from entry and you weren't stopped out and you went on to your targets. You will not likely remember that 100 times you did that and lost a lot more money than you would have with your regular stop. You know, that's why I don't really buy into all the psychological. You know, I understand that people like Steenbogger and those guys are nice people and they have educations. And how does he make his money? He writes books about psychology and gives courses about psychology and spends a lot of time saying how important trader psychology is. And I agree that it is, but I'm kind of from the school of, you know, pull up your boots, cowboy up, and be an adult. Do I overtrade? No. Do I succumb to FOMO? Did I? No. That's not in the rules. That's not the way to go. And that's probably why I am sort of fixated or sort of focused on reducing discretion to a minimum in my trading. First, when you're vetting a trade and you're trying to do it manually without a backtest, obviously when you run a computerized backtest on a backtest engine, there is no discretion involved. You type there are the rules and it does the rules, period. If you're trying to do it manually, then you got to be real careful about discretion because you must compare apples and apples. The stop, the entry, the targets all have to be the same, identical, or it's not statistically significant. So here we go. What are we going to have happen now? Oh, we could get it. We could get an A signal. See that? We have the preceding bar with a higher, and the high is above the low or the close, opens above the close. This bar, the open, is above the IB, and if we close below it, that would fire an A. Just saying. And I think that's correct. I mean, I think that's got them all. I used to have a criteria that the low of this bar, the preceding bar, needed to be above the IB, but I'm not sure that I took that out or not, to be honest with you. That's probably not a good thing. And there's our A. So now I have an A. Okay? Now my spidey sensors can tingle. Now I have an A. I need a B, either direction. This is a B continuation. This is a B failure. And then I need a trigger. It's pretty easy, huh? And where these signals are frustrating to me, what is that? That's 70, and this is, notice the info box gives you the high and low of whatever bar I'm on. That's 61. It would have just been 10 handles. It would have definitely been a risk neutral scale. Wouldn't have quite gotten to the profit targets. Dodge the bullet, baby. And I don't know what to think about this. This is a part where I probably ought to talk about, where did it go? I think I have one for it, range requirement. Maybe not. Might change that around. We're going to have a B here pretty quick. I think. Maybe not. What was I going to do? Oh, yes, range requirement. What do I... Oh, man, come on, fingers. What is the range requirement? Well, jumping over here quickly to... Somewhere, where am I? Quickly to the... book map. You see all of the price levels. Now disregard the continuation and the pullback levels. These are additional lines which are only visible here on the line indicator. But these levels, I had a hard-coded rule in my trading plan. I'm watching we're going to get a B here pretty quick. All things being equal, and I have a trigger, I had a requirement that I had to have a range requirement in order to validate an entry. And the range requirement was real simple. There needed to be an unobstructed path from my entry, proposed entry, to the risk neutral scale. In other words, 3 points. So from wherever I would enter, I needed to have an unobstructed path, no lines, no levels, no anything, not these pullback zones. That's got nothing to do with the price action. None of that stuff was possible. I am a little less rigid about that, but it gives me pause. And now I'm wondering why there's no B here. And another thing I need to do here quickly. Why is there no B? Another thing I need to do quickly is run the roses here. So we're on both. We've got a risk neutral 2-lot set up, ready to trade. Trade control panel is set and active. And I'm not getting a B signal, and I'm kind of wondering. I think it's got to do with the close. Boop, boop. You see how there was a B signal here? And that's because it closed within the pullback zone. We don't have a close here. We have a trigger, but no close. That's why this isn't a B. Now, if this comes down and closes in there, we'll have a B. And then we'll need a trigger. And then, you know, we're going to be rich.
Low is taken.
Maybe not. And here's another one of those on the damn line things. Yeah, I mean, it hasn't happened yet, but likely. Now, if you look at this on a bigger, here, we're all screwed in here, right? But let's look at this over here. What happened over here? Well, there's a V bottom. The Rod company call this a V bottom reversal for a mean reversion. What are we doing now? Higher lows, higher highs. Is this thing going to go the other way and we're going to revert? We're going to have a mean reversion here in a rotational day? I am prone to continuation trades, and I'm prone to short. Don't ask me why. I don't think I have a negative personality, but one thing I've noticed over the years, kind of, I hope, the market kind of takes a stairs up and jumps out the window down. I realize that in a from a long-term investment and all that kind of stuff point of view, shorts, first of all, shorts have a limited potential, right? It can only go to zero. Hey, and long can go to the moon, Alice. Speaking of that, I don't know if you've noticed it, anybody, but oh man, this is getting real frustrating. Look at this damn thing. Again. Couldn't it just close right down here and give us a signal? Anyway, I don't know if you noticed it, but the starting soon screen for this stream, the ES is trading at 22 quarter, I think it is. We're now trading at 68.67. That's a lot. And we're going to miss the B this time too because of the pullback zone. These are all things I'm keeping track of. You see how we got a trigger, but not a B. These are all stuff that I need to think about. These are the what ifs that you need to be able to quickly identify and backtest so that you can optimize, not curve fit, but optimize your strategy. Remember, this is my This is my trading journal, and I'm talking to myself most of the time here. Boy, this is a pisser. I can tell you that right now. Look at us go here, boys and girls. This is now yesterday, for example. I stood here and did this and bitched and moaned and whatever else until I finally got the signals at 11 something, RTH2, well into RTH2. Bing, bang, bong, straight to both targets, no problems. And I will stand here until I either A, get a signal, which I will take, or B, I don't get a signal, which I will stand here and narrate and watch. It doesn't make for interesting stream or TV, for sure. But that's not the point, And I guess it's important to say that this stream and my narration here and my belief is not my way or the highway. This is how I'm approaching trading as a business, consistently profitable trading business based on probabilities and statistics. If somebody's, if you're consistently profitable, gunslinging, it's good for you. Don't switch. Don't change. If you got a consistently profitable way of trading, then there you go. And if it's, you're making money hand over fist, I'm sure that Antonio and Richard and I would be tickled to death to know how you do that. Drop it in the chat. Call me. Whatever. What the hell is going on now? Well, we're coming up on that 10 o'clock hour. Nothing so far. We're still pretty rotational here, which is a little bit concerning to me. Not that I have anything to be concerned about. We have an A signal. We don't have a B signal. The A has not been canceled because we haven't been in a trade. That's how I'm approaching it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Mm-hmm. I'm going to get another signal, another trigger here in a minute, because it's going to get up here and bap into that trigger zone. Oh, well, let's take a look around the park here and see what we got. It seems pretty slow. What is it here? Let's... I don't know. I can change the DPI on the mouse with this buttons. I don't know whether I like that or not. But... So, right into this low volume area, and nobody wants to get below there, doesn't look like, huh? This is yesterday, RTH session. Yesterday's multiple or double distribution. And here we are today. The micro composite, market profile, and the Nasdaq, the snake, baby. Riding the snake. This is the micro. Same story for the mini. I don't know why. Yeah, screw it. Okay. Interesting, huh? Now here is an interesting one for the books. See why I say about cross trading? Oh no, we're short again. I mean we're on a negative net across the board here. I was busy looking over here at the lag. That's based on the color's based on the last price. Okay, never mind. What are we doing? Who's on third? No continuation zone here. This is the continuation zone. IB, pullback, boring.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Thank you.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Oh, we got a B. Look at here. See, I'm busy with my head up my ass, and I didn't notice this B. Now, if we get a signal, I need to take it. Meaning one of these comes up here and triggers this, touches that. That's a short signal, and I'll take it toot sweet on IRT in whatever that thing's called, Bookmap. There you go. Busy looking around the mulberry bush here and not paying attention. At some point in time, it would be great to consolidate my efforts, right? Either have both Bookmap and IRT in one screen, not, 3 feet apart, or whatever it is, 2.5. From the right edge over here to the right edge on my Bookmap, it's at least 2.5 feet. So be nice to have them tighter together, and of course the ideal situation would be to have the signals across the Bookmap. Bookmap, I've tried using candles on Bookmap, which you can do. I keep an eye on this. See if I get a trigger here. I'm going to be really pissed if I get a trigger and don't notice it. Let me see what to do here. Hold on. What I was going to say was, you can put candles on here. You go to the heat map. Candlesticks. Room 1 minute. Okay. And there they are. All right. There's 1 minute candlesticks. Doesn't really work that good for me. I guess it could work in this instance, but seems a little busy to me.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
So what I'm going to do is, now what I have done with this trading, with this signals are, I've got an A, I've got a B. I know that my trigger zone is 1 point either side of the IB. Put a resting order there and get taken in whether you want to be or not, because that's how it works. The thing that has happened to me is it'll come within a tick. For example, I put the resting warning at the IB. The trigger zone is actually 1 point either side of the IB. So it could be a trigger and I didn't take it, but I'm not going to chase it, etc. So we'll see what happens. This consolidation and all this fluffing around down here at the bottom is not making me all warm and fuzzy, I'll tell you that right now, for an IBC trade, because it's not generally, boy, I can't talk, generally suggested by a rotational day. And what's that market look like to you? Pretty rotational to me. We are building a lower distribution down here. And would I like to throw one on? Yeah, baby. Get your spurs out and let's get going here. Come on, get up there and give me a trigger. God damn it. Yeah, so no triggers. Here's the A. Here's the first B. Doesn't matter. There's another one. Doesn't matter. Remember I told you about the sequential stuff and the repetitive. What I need now that I have an A and a B is one of these triggers here, but it needs to be in sequence. This needs to go up, and this is the trigger zone, these little green dots. Anywhere within this zone is the trigger zone, which validates or justifies, in this case, a continuation trade lower or a short, which would tickle the hell out of me, but not getting it, and maybe going to miss it. What does happen from time to time, and I would have missed and then been pissed, get a signal, get a B, and this will also just go up one more tick and you get a trigger at the same time. Then you can, get on one and you're scaled and a bunch of other stuff. What happened here? Would I like this to be a trade? Yeah, let's go. Now I have to start being careful about what's going on with random risk band. Are they getting ready to do something dramatic or what? Well, Bassett has started speaking. They don't have anything really, unless Trump drops out of the sky with something where I think okay at this point. Which is always a possibility. Well, it would seem that the train is pulling out of the station without me here. Bummer. Well, they've got a long way to go here, but let's see if they can do it. Well, a lot of speculation going around this morning, but here's where I base myself. There's Blue Boy. What is the context so far today? Down. Are we going to get to my signal? I don't know. I guess it's a coin flip. I suppose maybe not. And if we get back to my signal, will they continue on through? And is that going to be a stop out? Well, that's possible too. What are they teasing me now or what? uh, well, this is kind of a classic example of the joy of trading, the magic of trading. And, you know, I can't stress enough that these are only the rules that I've determined work and I've back tested. They may be changed. And I'm sure there's countless people that have done something differently and are all happy about this, making money, and good for them. Good for you, whoever you are. But I'm not going to do things that aren't in my rule plan, so we need to get up here into the trigger zone to get a trigger for the short. A whole new ball of wax would have to occur for the long.
The IB low is taken.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
I'd appreciate it if we get the T1 there. I think I was on mute. So we're in the trade, got the signal in the trade. Ought to be pretty obvious. And here we go. Hey ho, here we go. Well, there's the T1. Aren't I a happy guy? Yeah, pretty much. Well, there you go. Isn't it cute? This keeps happening, and I'm not sure what the hell this is. These big gapitosis we get over here. It's not taking out the limits. I don't like what's going on here. IRT is still thinking this thing is short 2, and it is definitely not short 2 anymore. Okay, I'm getting away from IRT. I'm going to get IRT out of this picture. As fast as I can, I think. Before something stupid happens to me over here. God damn it.
The IB low is taken.
So here's the part that's got me bothered. This is supposed to be showing I'm supposed to be only one now. This has been obviously exceeded more than once, but it looks like it gapped past it, except on the real market it did not do that. I've got to figure out how to, I'm not going to use IRT for this anymore. It's not working right. So there's a screenshot of the whole shooting match. I hope. Well, alright, let's get the hell away from this thing over here to where we can see what we're doing. So there's the risk neutral scale. So we didn't get down past the POC. Maybe we will not, but I want to figure out what the hell to do with this now. It's not really trading, but it's not recognizing the trades properly. So I don't know what to do about that. And I'm gonna probably get stopped here because stupid shit. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here, but I'm not liking it much. It's a risk neutral scale, so yeah, whatever. But it was going the right direction, and then all of this sudden this nonsense started happening. And that doesn't mean it's not going to go the right direction some more, but you know. It's not looking that rosy. Posy. I'm more concerned about IRT now. I don't know what to do. This is really and truly disappointing. This is complete horseshit. How can I get loose from that? Well, what can I do from that? I don't know. I don't know. I'm just going to let it sit. I'm not going to get back to the trigger chart anymore. And the thing I don't like is that it's showing the portfolio incorrectly. And that's really annoying. I'm about ready to just take this thing off and see what happens when I do that, but I would like the trade to play out. That's kind of the idea, you know. I don't know what to think. God damn it, I was all excited that IRT was going to actually work right. It clearly has not. And I don't mean to be trading off IRT, but I like the way it presents the orders and stuff and more further confirmation. And now there's the second time we've gone through that level, and it has not recognized anything. So do I want to zoom up to break even, or do I want to sit back here and Katie bar the door? Huh? Oh, that's nice. We got a VPOC migration there. I'm going to just keep it over here because this bullshit is crazy on this side. If you see what I mean, it's still upside down. I just don't know what to say. But I know what to say, but it's a family channel, so I'm not getting it. All right, get down there, get me out, get my second target, and let's get the show on the road here. Now I can start thinking about doing things like trade management. What do? Do I bring my T2 down here to the RTH low and then scale behind it? Do I scale up here to the T1 and call it square? I think since we've had this VPOC migration, I'm going to think that it's probably going to head down that way. And I really don't know what the hell to do with IRT. But I know one thing I'm going to do is switch this to simulated. And close the goddamn thing, I guess. So I'm exiting IRT and going to reboot. And hopefully it'll... God. Well, that's frustrating. It didn't do anything to the trade. It didn't do anything to my account, but if it's not recognizing correctly, that's that ain't good. I think you'll agree. Come on, man. What's the matter with you? It's still acting like it's short too, and I don't know what to do about it. I'm not going to do anything, I guess. Last time I tried to clear and account and all of that kind of nonsense, it got all upside down. Non-responsive, fell over, and a bunch of things like that. So I'm going to have to ping Eddie or Bill or somebody and say, what in the hell is going on? What the hell? What do we got over here now? I'm getting all discombobulated here. Well, we still have that IB down here. Previous low of day. I would love it if I could see what's going on over here. This stupid son of a bitch still thinks it's got shorts going on here. Man, that's irritating. That's really irritating. What do we got below us? Well, that's VPOC down there some freaking where. At 48? No, just below us. Okay, I think I'm going to just stand by here with this stupidity going on. Maybe do some trade management here. And by that I mean trail up to the swing high to the previous T1. I don't like to do that. I don't see any reason to let it come back in your face though, really. They need to get through this developing value area alone and get a draft. Get a draft. Oh, we just did get a draft, huh? All right, come on down there, girls. One more lift, and I'm all happy. Maybe not. Never know. Come on. We need a Trump dump here. Who knows that guy? We need Agent Orange to do his thing, Richard. There we go. There's T2. There we are. So, okay, and this stupid piece of shit still thinks we're short. That's what happened the last time, and really, oh wait, really annoyed me. Now what I'm going to do, and it's going to keep going for sure, but I'm happy to be out of that for the obvious reasons. And, you know, would have been a great one, huh? Here's what always gets me. There's another 5 handles. We're going to pop this out and get going down to this MCVPOC, and that's another 10. 12 handles. Another full double target. Maybe. Maybe not. Now I don't. I don't know what to do with this. This thing still thinks we're in a trade. Where could it go? Wow. I want to look at something over here. I'm going to see if I'm in an open order. Working orders. Okay, good. Oh, sorry about that. Well, now I have to think long and hard about what Sam able to do with this piece of shit. I think, let's see if I just close the short. What will happen? Let's get over here. No idea what's going on. I don't like it at all. That's pretty for sure. I could try flattening it. You know, I could try doing a lot of things here, but for some reason, I don't know. I know one thing I'm going to do. I'm going to get rid of this reference thing. I'm going to get rid of this damn thing. Okay. That's what I had turned on yesterday. And I guess I'll try flattening this thing and see what the hell happens. I think it's going to lock up. My prediction is lock up. And nothing will happen over here. I think there's a way you can do something over here. Isn't there? Oh wait, I know what it is, I think. Like a chart trader or something like that. Trading, is there a trading thing here somewhere? Trading order desk. See what that does. Okay. Yeah, so that's good. Oh, we don't want that. This trading list thing, according to Bill Lind, as long as this is empty, you're not going to be sending any trades to your broker. I was trying to only use this for the charting, yeah? But I can safely say I don't want this bullshit to happen anymore. Really disappointing. So I will shut this mess down again and hopefully it will come back up correctly. Let's see. Ugh. Sorry about that. I'm all discombobulated here. Well, despite the upside downness of IRT, it's still holding that stupid piece of shit short, and I don't know what to do about it. Got no idea. Maybe I'm just not reading this thing right. I never used this to trade. You know, I did the trading shit. Closed orders, does this mean this is a closed short? Maybe, but here's what bothers me. This thing's still thinking we're short, and it's still, you know, making and losing money. And I will be the first to say I don't know what to do about that. Jesus. Yeah. Heard that. Yeah, it's fun. Huh? I don't know what to do. I've flattened this thing. First of all, what accounts are? Okay, Sam. All right, let's shut this portfolio off. Notice how the hub keeps changing. I can change this. Now this is 2400 DPI. I can bump it up to 32. I don't think I like that there. The button is too close to the left button, and my fingers are kind of smooshy all over the board. There's 30. It'll go up to 6400. I can't really see. You know, it looks pretty radical here to me. I was thinking 2400 was a pretty good way to be. No, I don't want 32, I want 24. Now it's gonna argue with me, I guess. There we are. I'm busy trading and I can't even get my mouse to do what I want. Well, that is just pretty darn disappointing. I guess it's not going to do anything dangerous, so I don't have to worry about it. Let's see what happened over here in Triggerville. It still thinks we got a short going on, and we're up $100 million over here. And here's the problem, you see. It thinks we're still short, and it thinks we still have a 2-lot on. Not the correct thing to do. And I don't know how to manual order desk, trading order desk. What's this do? Nothing. Doesn't look like. Nothing I see anyway. How about the chart? Trading Dome. Chart Mini Trader. Let's try that one. Okay. Let's get flat, mat, and bat, shall we? Flat. Boom. Cancel. I don't want to do that. Okay. So that means it's not eligible for trading, and I like I didn't want to do that very bad though. Well, I wanted to close the dome trader and I canceled the damn ticker. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Let's get freaking toolbar off. Well, that's a lot of fun, huh? I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get loose from it. Or reset it or do something to it. I don't know. You gotta, thanks, Richard. I'll tell you what, man, this, the signals, as you know, are just, you know, they were just arbitrary. Started out with something Rod suggested, and then I took it to the next step. And as you hear, I'm real fastidious about the exact signal. I went through that all about, you know, the close and on this IB and all that bullshit. So, but yeah, thanks. That's 2 in a row. Now, you know, obviously these are micro, so that's $75. But typically with a mini, that would have been, you know, $1,500 or $750. And yesterday was a good trade, and it's just a matter of one step at a time, you know, one brick at a time is how you build the wall. I think so. And I'm still trying to figure out how to get loose from this piece of shit. It did not fire at 9:45 CST as well. Okay. So I have to get my trigger. I have to get my my trigger chart back in the world. Am I on that one? Okay, let's get back right here to the trigger and open this beauty chart. What's the difference? I don't know how to get rid of that. Doesn't that suck? Damn. Back in observation mode here. Blue boy's on duty. There's context. Here's the trade. By the numbers. One. No. Come on, you son of a bitch. Huh. I can't get it 1 point high. There we go. Boy, I wish the hell I could just... I'm going to suggest that to him. They just put a button, I can do that. Got to remember, though, that Bookmap is used by all traders for all instruments. I would imagine, it would be interesting to know. I would not be at all surprised if Bookmap was not used more for crypto. Just, you know, thinking of all the people out there, except maybe the crypto guys don't spend money for software. I don't know anything about it, but you know, it would be interesting to know the number of users, the majority, what instruments or what markets they trade. I just always assume, you know, futures are where it's at, but that's probably a pretty self-centric observation or a point of view, I guess. Stocks and crypto and I suppose FX, I guess, and futures. Well, this beauty here got tagged out. I don't know why this thing is not doing what I wanted to do. There we go. Because I'm not paying attention, I guess. Well, we took out a whole bunch of stuff over here, didn't we? We didn't get up there yet by just a sneeze. And we haven't taken out anybody to the bottom yet either. Yeah. Well, I gotta go on garbage patrol and put out the recycle here, so I'll be right back.
Hey, the IB low is taken. The IB low is taken.
Okay, so mission accomplished. And if you know what that references to, who's older than me? Well, I'm having the weirdest time with IRT, and I don't know what to do about it. I had delusions of grandeur that I would, let this back testing continue forward testing as I am, and then let it actually trade. But with this crazy crap going on here, it still thinks we're in a trade. Look at this stupid shit here. It still thinks I'm in a trade. Flat as a board. And profitable, mind you. It's not picking up something. I don't know what. Rhythmic is correct. Bookmap is correct. IRT is not getting the point. And that's really disappointing. And how am I going to become rich sitting in a hammock on the beach if my computer won't trade for me? How can I be an influencer? How will I afford my Ferrari?
Hey, the IB low is taken.
I was all ready to start ordering watches and wrapping the garage and It is concerning though. I don't know, and I don't know who to reach out to, or I try to sort these things out on my own, but I don't get it. And it's something peculiar to the new environment with the AMP Live account, because previously with any of the the demo-y stuff, like Top Step or whatever, no problem. It reflected just exactly the levels and the short and long and triggers and all that stuff. So I don't know what in the hell is happening. And all things being equal, I didn't change anything. All I did was change the logon stuff, That's originally. Of course, now I've probably confused the hell out of it, but but there you go. There you go.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
I really don't know what to think. I guess it's not I guess it's not earth-shaking, but you know, you pay money for something, a lot of money for something, and you expect it to work. Or I do. Anyway. And it's especially puzzling because it always did work. Except I will say I didn't ever try the facility on a live brokerage account amp, for example. I did Phillip Capital and guess that was it. Pretty crazy. However, I'll know that much. Still got me. Still thinks I'm in a trade over here. Well, actually, it thinks that I put an order that I shorted there, and I did over here. But it's closed. It's zero, and this thing is still, you know, still moving along over here.
Hey, the IB low is
And I've closed this off. I suppose, I don't know what I suppose. I just keep going back to Rhythmic to make frickin' sure that this thing is absolutely knows I'm out of a trade. And there's no silliness going on here. Two, one, canceled, filled, canceled. There's exactly the trade, exactly the whole shooting match. Sequence number, prices, everything. Unfortunately, I can't do that without the account number being all over everywhere. And there are no working orders. It means it's flat, baby. Can I do that? Wait a minute here. Oh yeah, I guess I can do that. So there's the Rhythmic. I don't think the account numbers are floating around there somewhere that I can't see. But anyway, yeah, there are the orders, and there's everything about it. Well, I guess I'm flat, which is pretty cool. I mean, that's kind of important. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to go with the fact that Rhythmic knows what the hell it's doing. And wonder why. Doesn't work. Well, hey Panda, what's up? Huh? What are you doing? Okay, well, I'm glad that didn't happen. What are we? 12 o'clock must be almost. Okay. Okay, extreme caution. It's random risk. It's the press thingy. It doesn't mean anything right or wrong may happen, but you never know. So that's why we have to be careful.
Passarinho na janela e o fusquinha na calçada, bicicleta amarela e o calor de madrugada são lembranças de nós dois. Vai você, eu vou depois. Deixa a porta aberta. E as horas vão passando e a manhã vem chegando e os seus lábios nos meus lábios e os seus olhos me olhando e o sol já vai subir. Você desce e vai embora. É quando eu vou dormir. Passarinho na janela e o fusquinha na calçada, bicicleta amarela e o calor de madrugada são lembranças de nós dois. Vai você, eu vou depois. Deixa a porta aberta. E as horas vão passando e a manhã vem chegando. Os seus lábios nos meus lábios e os seus olhos me olhando e o sol já vai subir. Você desce e vai embora. É quando eu vou dormir.
Pásame blon, me quita el sufrimiento. Me liberé de las ganas, humo en el viento. Tanta ira no me reconocí, cuántas canciones escribo para ti, melodías que compuse ya no sirven más aquí. Ya rompí las cadenas del amor, el hechizo que pusiste en movimiento. Oye cabrón, pase blanco, que prefiero olvidarlo. Me liberé de toda tu maldición, baby. Me liberé del hechizo que tenía sobre mí. Me liberé del control que tenía sobre mí. Me liberé del hechizo que tenía sobre mí. Mucha suerte con todas sin bute, un payaso sin trucos y chistes, un bufón sin las putas canciones, con tu la 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 la, la 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 la. Ese tema que me sigues, no me sigue, maná. Tanta ira no me reconocí, cuántas canciones escribo para ti, melodías que compuse ya no sirven más aquí. Ya rompí las cadenas del amor, el hechizo que pusiste en movimiento. Oye cabrón, pase blanco, que prefiero olvidarlo. Tu maldición, baby. Me liberé del hechizo que tenía sobre mí. Me liberé del control que tenía sobre mí. Me liberé del hechizo que tenía sobre mí.
pequenino que eu sei que o amor é cura, amolece a dor e ingratidão. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor perdura, basta ter carinho e compreensão. Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor é cura, amolece a dor e ingratidão. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor perdura, basta ter carinho e compreensão. Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor é cura, amolece a dor e ingratidão. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor perdura, basta ter carinho e compreensão. Basta ter carinho e compreensão. Basta ter carinho e compreensão.
Hoy pienso en qué pasó y cómo me afectó las horas que pasé en aquel bus. No entiendo bien por qué mi abuelo distraído se bajó sin mí. Yo seguí. Acapulco no era un lugar para una niña de mi edad. Con solo 4 años enfrenté la soledad. Del bus te vi pasar y la calle caminar, y a pesar del miedo que me dio, no pude ni llorar. Eres la niña perdida, el chico me preguntó. No había entendido que esa niña era yo. Después de 6 horas encontré donde bajar. Crucé la calle, di con el lugar. Se abrió la puerta y todo mi mundo me abrazó. Estaba sola frente al mar. Nunca me voy a olvidar. Estaba sola frente al mar. Acapulco era
And what happened now? This thing still thinks I'm short something over here. I don't know what to do. Oh, there you go. Keep knocking them out here till I get all of this silly crap off the... I don't know what to do about it, but that's pretty weird. Pretty weird. Well, there's another A. A, B, A, B, A, B. Okay. Let's see what happened.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Missed that trigger by a tick.
Deixa o cobertor, deixa que o
Bummer.
gelo ser o teu calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor aquece quando quer. De manhãzinho o sol nasceu, deu esperança de beijinhos. Não espere tanto, tanto tenho a dar pra fazer o frio evaporar.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Deixa de preguiça, deixa o cobertor, deixa que hoje eu vou ser o seu calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor aquece quando quer.
Order submitted.
De manhãzinho o sol nasceu,
Order submitted.
deu esperança de beijinhos. Não espere tanto, tanto tenho a dar pra fazer o frio evaporar. Deixa de preguiça, deixa o cobertor, deixa que hoje eu vou ser o teu calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor aquece quando quer. De manhãzinho o sol nasceu, deu esperança de beijinhos. Não espere tanto, tanto tenho a dar.
So short two here on that signal, but this there was a goof up there in the middle. Again an error. And this damn thing is still putting on trades over here. Huh. I'm not sure. Well, I'm sure I don't like that. I don't like being on this side or having the price not be able to get below here. This bunch of sellers not getting paid here is not a good thing. That's for sure. And I'm not sure just what's going on here. Is there some 140. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I can tell you one thing, I'm trailing this thing up to break even as quickly as I get a scale off here, if I can, because I don't like any of the things that's going on. And IRT has still got all of these showing up over here. Ah. As soon as I can, I'm flattening this thing. I don't like this price action or all this drama that's going on here. Well, I should have done that when I had the opportunity. Okay, there's T2 stop. Well, that was a real blunder on my part there. It was going to be error trades. And after I just got through saying I was going to take it off, as soon as I got even in, I was right. I was past even. So, yeah, plus 46 ticks so far. And flat. I'm really not sure what's going on here, but I'm pretty sure I'm not liking it much.
salgo a caminar al sol por nuestro lago. Y por donde mire, te veo en todos lados. Tantos recuerdos, cuánto hemos pasado. Ay, amiga, cómo te extraño. Ay, amiga, te extraño. En nuestro universo todo era posible.
I think I'm not going to take any more. Well, this is a sweeping statement here, but I'm going to be pretty careful about any RTH3 trades. I don't feel very. I've never been particularly fond of late in the day trading. But I can filter for this and see what happens.
Siento tu presencia cada día, toda tu luz, tu magia y energía, para siempre serás parte de mi vida. Ay, amiga, cómo te extraño. Ay, amiga, te extraño. Este himno va por todas las veces que cantamos. Quiero que sepas que de ti nadie se ha olvidado. Dejaste mil semillas de amor en tantos lados. Ay, amiga, cómo te extraño. Ay, amiga,
So, yeah, there we go. So I'm 2 for 46 ticks. And one full runner and one stop. That's the advantage of a 2 1/4 to 1, or a 1 to 2 1/4 risk risk to return ratio. That's pretty funny. And twice now that I've done it, it made it's been a Freudian slip, I guess, an execution error. I entered here, meant to be going short, took it off here. Should have just left it on and it would have been to both targets. Or no, but it would have certainly been a profitable one. As it was, it took 10 ticks. But, you know, crazy, huh?
Estava a viver, caminhando na vida, sempre chorando por uma nova ferida. Mas como até que de um mato nasce uma flor, muitas vezes é da dor que vem o amor. Eu que pensava que era um engano, olho seus olhos de luz e vejo um anjo. Esqueci dos tropeços, esqueci das caídas, em noites perdidas. Vou encontrar o meu lar. Foi do seu sorriso que encontrei a paz. Alguém que preciso pra não olhar mais pra trás. Foi do seu sorriso que encontrei a paz. Alguém que preciso pra não olhar mais pra trás. Ay, amor, te quiero dar mis días, también darte mis noches llenas de amor. Corazón, hablarle en poesía, cantarle a tu alma y llenarla de ilusión. Amor, te quiero dar amor cuando sientas dolor. Quiero acompañarte hasta que te salga el sol. Besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor. Ay, amor,
amor, corazón, todo lo que viví fue para prepararme y reconocer tu amor, amor, te quiero dar amor cuando sientas dolor, quiero acompañarte hasta que te salga el sol, besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor. Amor, te quiero dar amor cuando sientas dolor, quiero acompañarte hasta que te salga el sol, besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor.
Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Okay, we're in the powerful hourful. Here we are. I've had a couple of trades today. One, 1 to a full profit, and 1 to a stop. So here we are. Here's the
Hey,
short to a
IB
full
low is
targets.
taken.
An error right here that turned out 10 ticks in my favor, and then a stop. I'm not going to do anything else here in this final hour. It's a rotational day, and that's what it is. I mean, look at the profile today. That's about as rotational and balanced as you're ever going to get right there. So let's look at the what is this? Control Alt. Let's look at backtesting and vetting the trades. What, in other words, where I came up with these trades and why am I taking them? So there's been quite a lot of conversation, and I've had this chart up for a long time today. Unresponsive, unfortunately, but and you can see here where the day started. This is 9:30. The levels zones started to plot. the signals, signal markers. And these zones don't have anything to do with the trading system itself. These zones are from they are identical representations, or these are just indicators that I've built, and they are exactly as the rules would be applied, but they're just for my visual reference. Now the rules I'm talking about are right here. These are the full set of rules for 4 trades that can happen around the IB, 2 around the high and 2 around the low. Here's the IB low. We can have a price can come down and fail and go back up. Price can come down and extend. Same way with the IB high. 4 trades. 2 short and 2 long. Now the way I backtest these is as follows. You can imagine if you looked back over a long period of time how tough it would be to identify each signal and each zone and make sure that, and this is a 3 signal trading system. Think about it if you had some infinitely more complicated. So the way this works, though, is as follows. Let's just look at one day here. And save it. And backtest it. Well, there you go. There's 3 trades. This is the ES, not the mini, not the micro, by the way. These are the minis. It would have taken 3 trades so far, and there would be 1 long and 2 short. Here's the maximum short. That's correct. Winning trades, I've got something wrong here, and I know what I have. I was doing some other testing. This is not the 2 lot. This has got to be 750, not 200. Not 350. So, sorry about that. But let's press on here. Let's set this backtest up again. 2 contracts, 1 day, ES, Okay, now I was playing around with some rules over here, and I've got to make sure that I have them back where they belong. This is stuff that I don't ever do away from, that I always do away from the system. 12, yeah, okay. Not liking the way it's taken so long to think about this stuff. I don't want to corrupt something here.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Okay, let's see that again. That doesn't make any sense to me, but let's see what the deal is. Maybe it's correct. Maybe there are. For some reason, it is only achieving 350 on 1 trade. It can't be true. Okay, try it again. Yeah, his net profit is minus. And probably one of the problems is we're not through with the day yet. So anyway, let's move on here. This is wrong, and I'm not sure why, but we'll figure it out here pretty quickly. There's 1 winning trade and 2 losers. In this, had the system taken this automatically to now, And here's the good part about this system. You can see exactly where the trades were taken. 940, 943, 1150, 1151 stop. And oh, that's the problem. It's according to the backtest, because of the time of day, it hasn't achieved T2, nor has it gotten to the end of day execution.
Hey,
Or,
the IB
so
low
that's the
is
reason
taken.
it's only 350, is it shut it off right here. But that so you can go back and plot each and every one of those and see just what's up. Also, if you want to do this, you can push this to the chart. I don't want to do that during live hours. I don't want to take in trades I don't know about. Well, I guess we can try it. So there we go. Now it says it's just taking along right over here, which it hasn't gotten to the end of yet. There's the short. And there's the short. And you can see just the signal, the entry, the stop. Same story, signal, entry, stop. And come on. Signal, the entry, and this one is,
Hey, the
come on,
IB
you
low
son of a
is
gun.
taken.
This one is still in the trade. You see it's still moving? So this will play out. If I did this normally, you could see this real time on the chart. And I'm going to do that one of these days when I'm feeling real brave. And make sure my big worry is I don't mind having to do all of this stuff, you know, in a demo mode or in the own sim, but in a backtest mode, I certainly don't want anything screwing up because this is live real money, this account.
Hey, the IB low
Now we're
is
going to
taken.
continue on here, and this is a short,
Hey,
so we'll
the
see
IB
if
low is
it
taken.
goes on to the profit target, which is right here. The first profit target is there, this green line. It's achieved that, and if it goes down to this green line, it will achieve the second target. And now it likely will not get to, because there's going to be an end of day rule right here, which gets us out at whatever I've set that so many minutes before the end of the session, in this case 2:30. So that's how the backtesting works, and that's how you can actually determine statistically what you've got going. And I can show you some results here. These are 12 backtests that I did this weekend. It takes 5 seconds to run each one, over 500 trading days. Imagine how long it would take you to manually go back and accurately calculate these over 500 days. And here are all the stacks. Now this is essentially the two-lot risk neutral trade. 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, 48 tick T2, no trail, 2 contracts, 493 days. That's correct. And then there's 715 trades, 253 winners. Average winner $660. Losers, average loser, scratch, win rate, loss rate, expectancy, profit factor, risk to reward ratio. This should be 1 to 2.3 risk factor, reward factor. I don't know what to call it, however you call it. So many trades per day. There's 9 consecutive wins in a row and 7 consecutive losers. Total outcome for this 500 day was $102,000. This is the way you come up with real statistics
The IB low is taken.
to vet your trades. That's why I don't have a problem putting the trade on, because I know that I'm going to expect a win rate of 52% winners and 47% losers. But with my risk to reward ratio, I'm going to have a profitable I'm going to have a profitable outcome over a large sample size, the law of large numbers, and my expectancy is $200 a trade. And then these are variations with trailing stop and all kinds of things, you know. Do we trail when it do we trail to break even? Do we trail to T1? What? You know, as many different things as you can think of, as you can imagine, you can go crazy. Yeah, so there you go. And we're still in this. It's going to close out at 2:30. Let's just let it run and see what happens. I wish I'd actually started this conversation before and we'd have seen the trade. We would have watched the system take the trade and then manage the trade. And of course, if you take it to the next step, the system could do the trades, but I'm having a problem with IRT doing that. And here we have a V bottom, a V reversal that Rod and company would really be keen on. And what is that doing in Triggerville? Well, here's our triggers. Now, of course, we're in a trade in the back test, so there's no trade to be had, obviously. But what do we have here? Well, we have an A, a B, no triggers. So there's no short here. We had previously an A, a B, and the first short trigger is right here. Remember that these rules fire whenever they show up on this trigger chart, on these charts. These is just for visual reference. This is not the case. There is one A signal on the actual system. There's one signal of an A. There's one signal of a B in sequence. Then it just waits patiently until it gets a trigger. And it takes the trigger automatically, and here we are. So we can keep an eye on that. Oh, sorry. We can keep an eye on that after all that conversation. Here's the A. Here's the B. It waits patiently until there's a trigger, and it takes the trade. And there we go. Are we going to come up through here and take a stop? Scratch? Maybe. We've already taken one here. So there you go. Now I'm going to stand by here and I'll do the daily recap, and we'll keep an eye on this trade. And we'll do the daily recap at 2:30 and wait for the market on close orders at market on close imbalance at 250. Now we're getting to drawdown period, or drawdown on this. Not really, but we're approaching. What this red means is that we're approaching past entry. And at 2:30, this thing's going to close out wherever we are, or it's supposed to. Let's see if that works. It's 10 more minutes, so we'll get on about the business at hand over here. I don't know what else I was going to say here, actually. There's a couple of things that are probably worth talking about here. Win rate. Okay. Absolutely useless clickbait taken on its own, when taken on its own. Now, yeah, win rate is an important criteria, metric to capture. It is used in the calculation for expectancy. But all of this, stuff you see on the market, and, I don't know, the social media places and Twitter or X or whatever it's called, and YouTube and all those places where they're bragging about, 90% win rate and all this stuff, that's basically meaningless. If you don't have a positive, substantial risk to reward ratio, you can have a 95% win rate and go broke in 5 or 10 trades, So when taken in consideration and in conjunction with your other metrics, yes, it's a very valuable thing. The way you calculate your expectancy is win rate times average winner minus loss rate times average loser. And that gives you the expectancy. And that needs to be calculated over a large enough sample size and large enough sample data, to be, statistically meaningful and outside the possibility or the likelihood of a random distribution. Also, another important thing to be aware of, I'm trying to see it here, is that futures trading is a zero-sum game. So you have to be aware of that. What I mean by that is, stop and think about it. Do we trade shares or stocks or what? We trade contracts. That's a contract between a buyer and a seller. It is zero-sum. One buys, one sells, the exact amount. There's never more sellers than buyers or more buyers than sellers. Period. It's impossible. The way price moves, price goes down when aggressive sellers cross the inside and hit the bid. Down we go. Price goes up when aggressive buyers cross the inside and lift the offer. But there is never, ever more buyers than sellers or sellers than buyers. More aggressive? Yeah, no question about it. But so you need to bear that in mind. What does that say on a bigger picture? Well, I hate to get away from this, but we'll jump right back here. Let's look at why that's where these old, statements like the market goes up to go down, goes down to go up, and all that kind of stuff. That's where all those things come from, and it's for good reason. When somebody is doing all the selling, when somebody's doing all the selling, someone's on the other side of every one of those trades buying. How does that person take profit? How do they achieve profit and make money in their business? By going back the other way and taking out all of the people on the other side. The market goes up. Market goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up. Boom. Now, does it have a skew from lower, lower left to upper right in terms of price and overall market travel over years? Yeah, you bet. It does. But in the intraday swings, that's something that's really important to remember. When, there's a big short and everybody's getting all excited. Right here even, on the big Trump dump, when my poster boy for random risk and unqualified risk, all of this selling. Somebody was on the other side of all of that selling, buying those contracts. They get down here and they've got a whole buttload of contracts. And what happens? Up they go. There you have it. Now you know the secret. And what's happening here? How we got, well, 2 more minutes and we should go. We did close out. We closed out right there. See that? So it did execute perfectly by the end of day rule. It closed out right here for negative however many ticks it was. Well, basically a scratch because we took T1 and then we scratched to the stop. So that was a risk neutral trade, but it worked. It executed perfectly. Tomorrow, I'll keep this open and we'll watch live in real time as the market does its business. See how this works. That'd be kind of cool. So yeah, there you go. Well, that's pretty cool. I'm glad that happened. What else? I'm going to have the market recap here in a little bit. All right. That's how the backtesting works. That's why I believe it's the only secret to, it's the approach to trading that I'm following. I am taking no trades which I have not predetermined to have a positive edge and positive expectancy. In this case, it's the IB trades. There you go. And back to the stop. Now, you know, somebody got long down here with these, the fellas that like these V reversals. And if they've got a vetted result for that and know it has an edge, what a beauty, huh? Look at that. Lovely. Lovely. Kind of poking its nose towards the high there. And what would we imagine is going on there if we look at the bigger picture? Right turn around to exactly at the developing value area low and back up here. Just as we turn south here, turn south again, turn north again. Quite a perfect balanced distribution. And they're just rotating between the value area high and low. There you go. Yeah, we're gonna get into the recap here in a minute. Get a drink of water. Cool. Now if I can remember all my my things here. All right, bottom of the hour, the final curve, baby. We're heading for the home stretch. So, what have we done? Well, what does Blue Boy have to say over here? Have to say for himself. Open. There's the open right somewhere, right there. We've just, as we were just looking a minute ago, almost perfect rotations. Where are we on the micro composite, the higher time frame? Ooh, well, we're 1, 2, 3 days. Remember, we're working on a big gap up down here from Monday that they never even got close to. Well, they got a little bit. They traded it down a little bit because here's the open. And there's the close, or there's the high, so there's the gap. In my world, never closed it. And now we got another high with overlapping and another high. So this is essentially, if you want to be a market profile guy, this is one time framing. one-time framing sessions, which is fairly powerful. We've taken out the micro composite for this current, the VPOC for the current one, and we've taken out one for previous. We've got all-time highs up here again. So we'll see how we close, and we'll see what the overnight does for us. Yesterday was quite obvious, and I pointed that out in the close in this recap, that we were right up here on the highs, and that was going to be an unfinished auction if they closed up here, and we should expect further, and we got further. And we're going to be up above that again here, right? So there's the previous high right there. Previous RTH high, so that's yesterday. Once again, I would expect continuation in the overnight after we open. Going to be about normal volume, maybe. This thing is taking forever. 81% in the full session to now. And we're at about ATR of 2 handles in a 1-minute bar. Same numbers, of course, are similar numbers for the ES, the mini as opposed to the micro. Similar. Notice the profile of today on the micro, on the mini, and notice the profile of today for the micro. Pretty close, huh? Not exact to tradable. I don't think you can inter-trade them, cross-trade them or whatever they call it. Some people watch the mini and trade the micro. I don't get that. Why not just trade? I don't understand. But anyway, there you go. There you go. Yeah. Now the all-important outside influences on us as traders. Tomorrow. Thursday, right? Ooh. Wow. Well, they're expecting a lot of numbers. Whether we get them or not, how quickly the people get back to work, I don't know. But if they get all these numbers, there's going to be a lot of action at 7:30 in the morning. Look at there. CPI. I'm not sure if CPI, to be honest with you, I don't know if CPI is put out by the government or it is private. I think it's government, as is that's Consumer Price Index. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Now, one of the nice advantages of investing.com, if you're like me and you don't know, you can just click right on that name right there and guess what's going to happen. It's going to show you historical action with the CPI and all about it. How it's done, how it's generated, what the history is. Here we go again with the schedule, right? And what our historical has been, and you can loop back to my my conversation about unexpected risk and why that's not in any way political, but it is real. Okay, so there's that one. That's what we're going to have. The earnings have pretty much come to a screeching halt now. This is the earnings for the balance of the week. We've got NVIDIA coming out. Ooh, well, there's a biggie. NVIDIA comes out next week. We had Cisco, Disney. We got NVIDIA coming out next Wednesday. That'll be all hands on deck watching that one. And this, remember, is free. You can filter it any way you want, country, reports, etc. I got one more here I need to flop up here, which I closed by accident again, which is Financial Juice. This is similar to, it's also free version. You can pay for it if you want. They remind you that continually. But it's free, and you can filter it pretty much, not quite as much as you can investing.com, but anyway. And this has a little more touchy-feely stuff. Trump's private dinner. You're never going to see anything about that on the actual financial reporting numbers calendars, which is investing.com. So there's that. And not that these are bad. These are good because it gives us a head up of some potential, and not going to bother us tonight because it's 1600 or 1800, but it's potential random risk, right? Over on this side, the right is the more of a squawk box feel. And this is where we're going to get to market on close imbalance orders. Imbalance, not on close. Yeah, not orders, but imbalance at 1450. So what else is there to say or do or think about? I don't know. So 3 trades, 1 to target, 1 error, which 10 handle, 10 ticks or something. And then a stop. So I'm 3 trades essentially, and net 46 ticks. Was net 60 for 1. The error was just clicking on the wrong side of current price with the mouse. Clicking the left mouse instead of the right. Stupid. And even more stupid, had I just left it alone, would have got, well, it wouldn't have gone to target, but I could have got out of it whole. I have it built into my wiring. I don't even look at the position or where it's going. When I see I made an error, I immediately cancel out without thinking about it. And more than one time, had I not done that, it's gone on to target. So, there's always that one to rub you the wrong way. But I'm pretty happy about this whole story so far today. And this is the holy grail of trading, right? It's the risk to reward ratio. And sticking to your rules. Believe me, it's basically a little more than, it's 750 or 75, 60 ticks for a 60 ticks for a double target winner, and it's 24 ticks for a loser. So 2.5, 2.25. That's the way to compound, or lean on the law of large numbers to compound your account. And we're going to have the market on close in about 10 minutes. So that's the recap, eh? The trigger chart is still moseying along, triggering over here. Really, look at that. Look at that, our distribution around, and it's just almost perfectly laid out around the value area. Is just basically one standard deviation either side of the mean, which is the POC. I mean, in Statistic, those are trading terms that are put on statistics, put onto very well established statistics. So there you go. And we'll just stand by here and wait to take it into the close. I close the stream off at 1500 every afternoon. I figure 7 hours is enough for me to be standing here talking. And every trading day at 0800, tune in for the pre-market. Like, subscribes is great. Please do. Put something in the chat is even better, but seem to be a lot of people lurk, I guess. Remember that. Oh, I don't think I did that yet. Oops, I didn't remember to click that. Remember that the most critical tool you have in your trading office the most critical tool you have for your trading office is you. You're sitting on your side of the monitor. Well, is that working right? And what do I mean by that? Well, think about it. All the time and money and effort we spend picking monitors and, LD this and refresh rate that and software and this indicator and something else and something else and something else. And all of that input, all of those things are completely useless without your eyes and your brain. And you make the financial decisions that affect you and your family. But so often, traders overlook that part. You need to be sure you're healthy, well rested, well hydrated, not on emotional tilt. Get outside, rest your eyes. Remember that staring at these monitors for hours and hours a day, your short focus eye muscles are in constant contraction. You need to get outside and focus down the street, along across the horizon, wherever it is, get some natural light. Some natural UV is great. And relax those eyes. You also need to be healthy, depending on your office. Fortunately, my office is big enough and I use standing desks. I can just take one step back and do squats or curls, or I got a pull-up bar in the doorway over there, and, whatever it takes. Go for a walk at noon, whatever you need to do, but you need to get out and take care of you. You are the most critical tool you've got in your trading setup. So many people overlook that. They come in out drunk till 3 a.m. and big fight with mama when they get home and expect they're going to get up at 7 o'clock and do good at trading. Good luck, dude. You've got about everything wrong. You're dehydrated. You're on emotional tilt. You're tired. You know what I mean? Maybe that's an example from my past. I don't know, but anyway, not really. But you get the point, right? So 5 more minutes. We'll have the market on close. We'll watch those, and I'll show you that whole thing, and then I will be pleased to knock this stream in the head at 1500. Sorry for the hiccup with the stream this morning. I'm sure it's my problem, but when I scheduled the stream and put the timestamps in right at, just about 4 o'clock when I've shut everything down, or, between sessions. And last night, I found out, much to my pleasure, that chapter marker thing had been fixed. The plugin had been fixed, so I had to shut OBS off and back on again. And then this morning, it didn't want to know about the scheduled stream, even though I was, select the stream and do all that stuff. So whatever, I don't know. My goal here is not to be an internet influencer or a stream wizard, but a successful, consistently profitable trader. And I probably didn't really talk about that very much, but it's important. Remind myself to do it tomorrow. So there we go. I'm going to water up. All right, 2.5 minutes. What kind of trouble can I get into in 2.5 minutes here? All right, we got a few seconds here until market on close. They haven't popped up over here yet. They're supposed to. This is the reaction off the market on close orders, which is a little more typical. There they are. A little more typical. And here we have them. 1.2 billion S&P 500. 1.2 billion NASDAQ 100. 322 million and 622 million, all buy side market on close orders. There you go. What that means exactly, I am not sure. My interpretation is that they have market on close orders stacking up. That would be called paper in the old days from clients that need filling. And they're to be filled on close. And there's this many more buy orders than there are sell orders. Remember, resting orders, liquidity is completely different than buyers and sellers. Now, this is all liquidity. This is all liquidity. There can be more resting orders to buy than there are resting orders to sell. Absolutely. But there cannot be more buy than sell, more buyers than sellers to execute, if that makes any sense, or if anybody cares besides me. I've heard a couple of people that were in, claimed to be coaches. You know what outfit I'm talking about. Why did the price? Well, there's more sellers. There's more sellers than buyers today. That's why we got so short. Well, I thought, and I actually called him out. I said, what are you saying? Surely you know that that's impossible in futures. And there was a bunch of double talk, and the guy got mad and would never respond to me again. And anyway, good for him. But there you go. Okay. So we're going to shut this baby down at the top of the hour, and then I put on my soccer dad hat and get going with getting my daughter organized and off to school. And Jesus, I liked it when she's a little one. No, she's not anymore. So here we go. 7.5 minutes. Thanks for stopping by. Remember, 8 o'clock in the morning for the pre-market and all the festivities there. Every trading day, 8 o'clock in the morning. The stream starts back, setup, analysis of the overnight, populate all of the new statistics and calculate determine the order type and get in the statistics. And look at how many of these beauties got taken out, huh? All of them, except one. Except the overnight volume point of control, and that's unusual. Right there, main ones. And then we had the overnight high. So they got low and they couldn't get back up higher. And we've got about 5 minutes to go here until the cash market close at 1,500. Okie dokie, here we are. We're going to get a little closing swing trade, maybe. I don't know. They better hurry. They only got 10 seconds. Actually, it doesn't usually happen until 1500. Okay, well, that was an eventful day. I should have just stayed out for my walk and not gotten back into that next couple of trades there. But hey, what are you going to do? So there we have it, the cash close. Have a great afternoon. Remember to get out, do something for your health, rest your eyes, get away from the screens, get sharp for tomorrow, and be back at 0800 Central Standard Time for another fun-filled extravaganza of risk-neutral trading. Have a great rest of your day wherever you are. They going to get a closing swing trade off the ground? Them there. They got